So what's going on, everybody? I am super excited today because, well, the channel has its first ever sponsor, Valeton. Valeton has sent me the GP-200. Very excited about this because, you've all seen my GP-100 videos. I'm a big fan of what Valeton does. So I was super excited to hear when they were, into what I was doing with my videos and when they sent me this. So, all right, let's take a look-see. So we can see the box right here. Da-da. Side shows a lot of the effects blocks. We got bottom of the box just plain black. Valeton logo there. Okay. We got all of our tech specs on this side of the outside of the box. And this side, barcode, PC number, and on. Okay. All right. So let's have a look, see how we got this here. All righty. This is neat. Little quick start guide. And there's a QR code there that you could scan for the full version of the manual and PDF and the software. That's pretty cool. All righty. Now we got in here a little piece of cardboard that separates it off that has the AC adapter as well as a USB-C cable. Wow. All right, and as usual, the two styrofoamies on either side. Very simple but very sturdy packaging. And our usual cellophane wrap. Oh, cool. A couple guitar picks, too. Silica gel. Get rid of that. Yeah, a couple little guitar picks, too. Very nice. Yes, with the V for Valeton logo on them. 2 picks. And here it is itself. The Valeton GP-200. Got the Valeton covered up there a little bit by the sticker on the front. Wow. Now, one of the main reasons I was a huge fan of the GP-100 was its build quality. All of the small processors in that price point were all made out of plastic. This is exactly like the GP-100 in the sense that it's solid. It's solid metal. There's not a piece of plastic anywhere. Yeah. Oh, and this is fantastic too. As you can see, they made the top row higher than the bottom row. Hi, kitty. It looks like my kitty's getting in on the unboxing video. Oh, there's an open box there, so in the kitty goes. All right, so yeah, this fantastic. This expression pedal feels rock solid. Like I said, the buttons, very solid, and they made the top row higher so you don't accidentally hit the bottom row when going for the top row. As we can see here, the I/O in the back is fantastic. Gonna get into that and many other things and other videos for the GP-200. Be looking out. There is going to be a ton of videos for the GP-200. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy.
So today we're going to be doing a review of all the electric guitar factory presets on the GP-200. I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the Valeton, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, and everything you're going to hear back is going to be just the Valeton GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. This is its GP-200. That was its GP-200. This is 50s Plexi. That was 50s Plexi. This is Clean Fuzz. That was Clean Fuzz. This is Hi, Sweetie. That was Hi, Sweetie. This is Rock Soul. That was Rock Soul. This is Wild Fruit. That was Wild Fruit. This is 70s Blues. That was 70s Blues. This is Pure Clean. That was Pure Clean. This is Love of God. That was Love of God. This is Vintage OD. That was Vintage OD. This is Nice Neo Solo. That was Nice Neo Solo. This is Ed's story. That was Ed's story. This is Cat Cat. That was Cat Cat. This is Twiggy Blues. That was Twiggy Blues. This is Radio Cat. That was Radio Cat. This is Love Yourself. That was Love Yourself. This is Mr. Brown. That was Mr. Brown. This is Double Me. That was Double Me. AC Sim. That was AC Sim. This is Slow Dancing. That was Slow Dancing. This is Scotland Kiss. That was Scotland Kiss. This is Spicy Kitty. That was Spicy Kitty. This is Strange Boy. That was Strange Boy. This one's got an interesting name. It's called Fart Voice, and the wah-wah is activated for it. So I'm going to actually do the wah-wah with my actual foot. No auto-wah. Me actually manually doing it. That was Fart Voice. This is Harvester. That was Harvester. This is Dizzy Devil. That was Dizzy Devil. This is On the Way. That was On the Way. This is Endless Dream. That was Endless Dream. This is Nice Solo. It's nice. That was Nice Solo. This is Urban Myth. That was Urban Myth. This is Step Up 2. That was Step Up 2. This is Neo S. That was Neo S. This is Classic 800. That was Classic 800. This is Paradise City. That was Paradise City. This is Step Up 1. That was Step Up 1. This is Funk, baby. That was Funk, baby. This is Eddie in Circle. That was Eddie in Circle. This is Soaring Eagle. That was Soaring Eagle. This is Robot Singer. That was Robot Singer. This is Comp Clean. That was Comp Clean. This is Classic 900. That was Classic 900. This is Black Keys. That was Black Keys. This is Juicy Tone. That was Juicy Tone. This is 4-star. That was 4-star. This is Old School Fuzz. That was Old School Fuzz. This is Hard Rock. That was Hard Rock. This is Warm Plexi. That was Warm Plexi. This is Light Jazz. That was Light Jazz. This is Phase Solo. That was Phase Solo. Flanger Riff. That was Flange Riff. This is Pink Widow. That was Pink Widow. This is Forget the Cloud. That's Forget the Cloud. This is Nutty Candy. That was Nutty Candy. This is Uncle Bill. That was Uncle Bill. This is Glory Moment. That was Glory Moment. This is Lack of Oxygen. That was Lack of Oxygen. This is Fat Bird and actually has the Vox model of the wah-wah engaged. I'm going to actually use the built-in expression pedal to work the wah-wah. That was Fat Bird. This is Juicy Blues. That was Juicy Blues. This is Where Am I? That was Where Am I? This is 80s Disco. That's 80s disco. This is ALX Distortion 1. That was ALX Distortion 1. This is ALX Distortion 2. That was ALX Distortion 2. This is ALX Distortion 3. That was ALX Distortion 3. This is ALX Solo M. That was ALX Solo N. Warm OD. That was Warm OD. This is Classic JC Tone. That was Classic JC Tone. This is Real Jazz. That was real jazz. This is modern clean. That was modern clean. This is electric wah. That was electric wah. This is old times. That was old times. This is AT Sweet Soul. That was AT Sweet Soul. This is Demo Shimmer. That was Demo Shimmer. This is DD Gent 1C. That was DD Gent 1C. This is Best Time. That was Best Time. This is Funky. That was funky. This is big clean. That was big clean. This is drunkard. That was drunkard. This is blue sparkle. That was blue sparkle. This is cold winter. That was cold winter. This is attention. That was attention. This is holy days. That was Holy Days. This is Bright Side. That was Bright Side. This is Occupy. That was Occupy. This is Vacancy. That was Vacancy. This is Broken Dream. That was Broken Dream. This is Cherry Carry. That was Cherry Carry. This is Sha-La-La. That was Sha-La-La. Last and certainly not least is Net Red. That was Net Red. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy.
So today we're going to be doing a review of just the amp and cab sounds of the Valeton 200. I'm going to be using my Gibson Melody Maker Les Paul that's got a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything that you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. I'll be keeping the Fender amps and the other clean amps run as actual clean amps. I know Fender amps and a lot of the other clean amps can be used for distortion and overdrive as well, but I'd usually use the clean amps as the clean amps. I'll also be keeping all of the settings for almost everything at noon on everything. Otherwise, this would be far too long of a video. This is, of course, with the exception of the gain. For the overdrive or distorted amps, I'll be keeping the gain at about noon, but for the clean amps, I'll be keeping the gain at around 15 or 20 to make sure they stay clean. Now, not all of the amps have the standard corresponding cabinet that goes with them. So, inside the Valeton GP-200, there's a feature in the global settings known as Cab Match. It will automatically match it to the corresponding cabinet. If there's not a corresponding cabinet, Valeton will just decide on what's the best match for a cabinet to go with that amp. I'm going to be using that setting as completely on through the entire demo. I'll also be keeping all of the cabinets at their default settings. All they have is a volume and a low and a high cut. This is Tweedy, based on the Fender Tweed Deluxe. That was Tweedy, once again, based on the Fender Tweed Deluxe. This is Bellman 59N, based off of the Fender 59 Bassmen on the normal channel. That was Bellman 59N, based off of the Fender 59 Bassmen on the normal channel. This is Bellman 59B, based off of the Fender 59 Bassmen on the bright channel. That was Bellman 59B, based off of the Fender 59 Bassman on the bright channel. This is Dark Twin, based off of a Fender 65 Twin Reverb.
That was Dark Twin, based off of a Fender 65 Twin Reverb. This is Dark Deluxe, based off of a Fender Deluxe Reverb. That was Dark Deluxe, based off of a Fender Deluxe Reverb. This is Dark Vibra, based on the Fender Vibralux. That was Dark Vibra, based on the Fender Vibralux. This is Silver Twin, based on the Fender Silverface Twin Reverb. That was Silver Twin, based off of the Fender Silverface Twin Reverb. This is Sup Dual CL, based on the Supro Dual Tone 1624T on the Clean channel. That was Sup Dual CL, based on the Supro Dual Tone 1624T on the Clean channel. This is Sup Dual OD, based on the Supro Dual Tone 1624T on the Distorted channel. That was Subdual OD, based on the Supro Dual Tone 1624T on the distorted channel. This is Foxy 30N, based off of the Vox AC30 on the normal channel. That was Foxy 30N, based off of the Vox AC30 on the normal channel. Now, this is a bit confusing with the naming convention, the way they got things laid out in here. This is Foxy TB, a different amp, but it also says it's based on the Vox AC30 on the normal channel. Sounds like this. And again, that was the very confusing one, where it's called Foxy 30TB, but the description still says that it's based on the Vox AC30 on the normal channel. But it was a different amp. So there's that. This is J120CL, based on the Roland Jazz Chorus. That was J120CL, based off of the Roland Jazz Chorus. This is Matchless CL, which is based off of the Matchless Chieftain 212 combo on the clean channel. That was Matchless CL, based off of the Matchless Chieftain 212 combo on the clean channel. This is Match OD, based off of the Matchless Chieftain 212 combo amp on the overdrive channel. That was Match OD, based off of the Matchless Chieftain 212 combo on the Overdrive channel. This is L Star CL, based on the Mezza Boogie Lone Star on the Clean channel. That was L Star CL, based on the Mezza Boogie Lone Star on the Clean channel. This is L Star OD, based on the Mezza Boogie Lone Star on the Overdrive channel. That was Lone Star OD, based on the Mezza Boogie Lone Star on the Overdrive channel. This is Bog SVCL, based on the Bogner Shiva on the Clean channel. That was Boggs SVCL, based on the Bogner Shiva on the Clean channel. This is Bog SVOD, based off the Bogner Shiva Overdrive channel. That was Bog SVOD, based on the Bogner Shiva on the Overdrive channel. This is Bog Blue V, which is based off of the Bogner XTC on the Blue channel. That was Bog Blue V, based off of the Bogner XTC on the Blue channel. All right, here's another way they labeled things a little differently in the Valeton GP-200. This is a different amp. This is actually called Bog Blue M, but in the description, it actually says that it's based off the Bogner XTC Blue channel, just like the last amp, but it's got a different name. Sounds like this. So again, that's another amp that they kind of labeled and named a little differently in the Valeton GP-200. It's called Bog Blue M, but the description once again says it's based on a Bogner XTC on the blue channel, just like the last amp, but it's a different amp. This is Bog Red V, based on the Bogner XTC on the red channel. That was Bog Red V, based on the Bogner XTC on the red channel. Okay, again, a little bit of confusion with how Valeton is labeling all of these. Again, this is actually a different amp, Bog Red M, but once again, in the description, it says based on the Bogner XTC red channel. And again, sounds like this. So again, a little bit of confusion with the way Valeton is labeling things. This is actually a different amp, Bog Red M, but it says that it's based on the Bogner XTC on the red channel. Different amp though. That's how it sounded. This is Z38CL, based on the Dr. Z-Maz 38 on the clean channel. That was Z38CL, based on the Dr. Z-Maz 38 on the clean channel. This is Z38OD, based on the Dr. Z-Maz 38 on the overdrive channel. That was Z38OD, based on the Dr. Z-Maz 38 on the overdrive channel. This is Night CL, which is based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C on the normal channel. That was Knight CL, which is based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C on the normal channel. All right, again, description's a little different in this one. Again, this is a different amp. It's called Knight CL+. However, the description once again says based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C normal channel. But sounds like this. Again, that was Knight's CL Plus that has the same description as the last amp, saying that it's based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C on the normal channel. This is Knight's OD, which is based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C on the drive channel. That was Knight's OD, based on the Grindrod Pendragon PG20C on the drive channel. This is Bad KTCL, based on the Bad Cat Hot Cat 30 on the clean channel. That was Bad KTCL, based on the Bad Cat Hot Cat 30 on the clean channel. This is Bad KTOD, based on the Bad Cat Hot Cat 30 on the overdrive channel. That was Bad KTOD, based on the Bad Cat Hot Cat 30 overdrive channel. This is Solo 100 CL, based on the Soldano SLO 100 on the clean channel. That was Solo 100 CL, based on the Soldano SLO 100 on the clean channel. This is Solo 100 OD, based on the Soldano SLO 100's Crunch channel. That was Solo 100 OD, based on the Soldano SLO 100 on the Overdrive channel. This is Solo 100 LD, based on the Soldano SLO 100 on the Overdrive channel. That was Solo 100 LD, based on the Soldano SLO 100 on the Overdrive channel. This is UK 45, based on a Marshall JTM 45. That was UK 45, based on a Marshall JTM 45. Okay, again, the description's a little bit weird. This is a different amp. It's a UK 45 plus, but in the description it says based on the Marshall JTM 45. But sounds like this. Again, something a little weird in the description there. The amp is a UK 45 plus, but the description does say that it's based on a Marshall JTM 45 again. Here's a third one that the description is a little odd. Again, different amp, UK 45 JP, but the description says that it's based on a Marshall JTM 45 again. And here's how this one sounds. So again, that was a different amp. That was UK 45 JP, but the description still says based on a Marshall JTM 45. This is UK 50, based off of a Marshall JTM 50. That was UK 50, based off of a Marshall JTM 50. Okay, again, the description of this one is a little different again. It is a different amp. It's a UK 50 plus, but the description still says based on the Marshall JPM 50. Sounds like this. Okay, again, that was a different amp, UK50 Plus, but the description still says based on the Marshall JTM50. All right, little bit of weirdness again in the description. This is a different amp, again, UK50 JP, but the description does say based on a Marshall JMP50. Sounds like this. Okay, again, a little weirdness in the description on that one. Different amp, UK50 JP, but the description is still saying based on a Marshall JMP50. This is UK SLP, based on the Marshall 1959 HWTM. That was UK SLP, based on a Marshall 1959 HWTM. This is UK 800, based on a Marshall JCM 800. That was UK 800, based on a Marshall JCM 800. This is UK 900, based on a Marshall JCM 900. That was UK 900, based on the Marshall JCM 900. This is Flagman 1, based off of the Brown Eye. That was Flagman 1, based off of the Brown Eye. Okay, again, a little bit of difference in the description. This is a different amp. This is Flagman plus 1, but once again says based off of the Brown Eye. Sounds like this. Okay, again, a little difference in the description here. This was a different amp. This was Flagman +1, but in the description, it once again says based on the Brown Eye. Okay, again, a little difference in the description. Different amp here, Flagman 2, but it's still saying based off of the Brown Eye in the description. Here's how it sounds. Again, that was Flagman 2, a different amp, but still saying based off of the Brown Eye in the description. This is a different amp again, Flagman +2, although the description still does say based on the Brown Eye. Here's how it sounds. All right, that was Flagman +2, although it was still saying based on the Brown Eye in the description. This is Mesa 2C +1, based off of the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+. That was Mesa 2C +1, based off of the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+. Okay, this next series of amps keeps the same description for all of them, but it's a different amp. It's Mesa 2C +2, which the description says is based on the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+. Again, that was a different amp. That was Mesa 2C +2, but based on the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+ on the lead channel again. Again, different amp. Mesa 2C +3, but once again, the description is saying based on the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+ on the lead channel. Again, that was a different amp. That was Mesa 2C +3, but still saying in the description that it's based on the Mesa Boogie Mark II C+ on the lead channel. This is Mesa 4 LD, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV on the lead channel. That was Mesa 4 LD, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV on the lead channel. This is Mesa 4 LD2, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV on the lead 2 channel. That was Mesa 4 LD2, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV lead 2 channel. This is Mesa 4 LD3, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV lead 3 channel. That was Mesa 4 LD3, based on the Mesa Boogie Mark IV lead 3 channel. Okay, again, these next couple amps have the exact same description, but they have them labeled as 2 different amps in the Valeton. This is Mesa Dual V, which says it's based on the Mesa Boogie Dual Rectifier. All right, that was Mesa Dual V, which is based on the Mesa Boogie Dual Rectifier. This is Mesa Dual M, which is based off of the Mesa Boogie Dual Rectifier. Again, just like the last one. That was Mesa Dual M, again with the same description as in the last one, based on the Mesa Boogie Dual Rectifier. This is Juice 30 OD, based off of an Orange AD30. That was Juice 30 OD, based off of an Orange AD30. This is Juice R100, based on the Orange Rock Reverb 100. That was Juice R100, based off of the orange Reverb 100. This is EV51, based off of the PV5150. That was EV51, which is based off of the PV5150. All right, again, these next two amps have the exact same description, but they're both named and labeled something different in the Valeton. This is Eagle 120, based on the Engel Savage 120. All right, that was Eagle 120, based on the Engel Savage 120. And again, this amp has the exact same description as the last one, but it's labeled differently as an Eagle 120 Plus in the Valeton, says it's based on the Engel Savage 120. That was Eagle 120 Plus, based off of the Engel Savage 120. This is Power LD, based on the Engel Powerball 2 E645 on Channel 4. That was Power LD, based on the Engel Powerball 2 E645 on Channel 4. All right, this next series and last series of 4 amps all have the same description, but they're all listed as different amps again in the Valeton. This is Dizzy VH, based on the Diesel VH4.
That was Dizzy VH, based off of the Diesel VH4. Again, this amp has the same description as the last, but is labeled as a different amp in the Valeton. This is Dizzy VH Plus, which says it's based on the Diesel VH4. That was Dizzy VH Plus, which again has the same description based on the Diesel VH4. Again, this one has the same description as the last couple, but is listed as a different amp in the Valeton. This is Dizzy VHS, which is based off of the Diesel VH4 once again. That was Dizzy VHS. Again, same description as the last couple, saying that it's based on the Diesel VH4. So again, this amp has the same description as the last three, but is labeled as a different amp in the Valeton. This is Dizzy VH Plus S, which is based on the Diesel VH4. That was Dizzy VH Plus S, which was based on the Diesel VH4. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of the Valeton GP-200's distortion section. I'm going to be skipping the Flex OD, Bass OD, and Black Bass. Those are all the bass distortions. I'm going to review those in a completely separate video where I do all the bass guitar effects. I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker, which has a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the Valeton GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into my DAW, and everything that you're going to be hearing back is just the Valeton GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. Here, you can see the settings that I'm using for the Bassman. Here's how it sounds clean, with no distortion on at all.
I will, for the most part, be keeping all of the settings for all the distortion pedals at their default. There's quite a few of them, and that would make for far too long of a video if I was going to be adjusting all the different overdrives. So for the most part, I'm just going to keep them completely as default, whatever they are in the Valeton by default. All right, this one right here, green OD. You guessed it, this is an Ibanez Tube Screamer, the 808 version. All right, that was Green OD, based off of the Ibanez Tube Screamer, the 808 version. This is OD9, based off of the Ibanez Tube Screamer TS09 version. That was OD9, based off the Ibanez Tube Screamer TS09 version. This is Yellow OD, and it doesn't say what it is necessarily in the description, but I'm assuming it's based off of one of the first Boss overdrive pedals. That was Yellow OD, which I believe is modeled after the actual first Boss overdrive pedal. This is Peneses, which is based off of the Klon Centaur. That was Peneses, which is based off of the Klon Centaur. This is Swarm, which is based off of the Providence SOV2. That was Swarm, based off of the Providence SOV2. This is Super OD, and it doesn't say it in the description, but I'm pretty sure this is based off of the Boss Super Overdrive. That was Super OD, which again, I'm pretty sure is based off of the Boss Super Overdrive, even though it doesn't say so. Here's one called Scream OD, which says it's based off of the Tube Screamer. That was Scream OD, which they say is based on a Tube Screamer style overdrive. This is Blues OD, and even though it doesn't say it, I'm pretty sure that this is a clone of the Boss Blues Overdrive. That was Blues OD. And again, it doesn't say it there, but I'm pretty sure that that's a clone of the Boss Blues Overdrive. This is Forced, based on the full tone OCD pedal. That was Force Overdrive, based on the full tone OCD. This is Blues Master, based off of the Marshall Blues Master. That was Blues Master, based off of a Marshall Blues Master. This is Master OD, and it doesn't really give any indication what it's based off of. That was Master OD, and again, not really sure what that's based off of. This is Tai Chi OD, based off of the Hermata Zen Drive. That was Tai Chi, based off of the Harmata Zen Drive. This is Timmy OD, based on the Paul Cochran Timmy Overdrive. That was Timmy OD, based on the Paul Cochran Timmy Overdrive. This is Lazaro, which is based off of the Electro-Harmonix Big Muff. That was Lazaro, which was based off the Electro-Harmonix Big Muff. This is Red Haze, which is based off of the Dallas Arbiter Fuzz Face. That was Red Haze, which is based off of the Dallas Arbiter Fuzz Face. This is Sora Fuzz, which is based off of the Sola Sound Tone Bender. That was Sora Fuzz, based off of the Sola Sound Tone Bender. This is Plustortion, which is based off of the MXR M104 distortion. That was Plustortion, based off of the MXR M104 distortion. This is SM Dis, and it really gives no indication of what it's actually based on. That was SM Dis, and again, it didn't really give any indication as to what it was based off of. This is Darktail, based on the Proco Rat LM308. That was Darktail, based off of the Proco Rat LM308. This is Chief, based on the Marshall Governor. That was Chief, based on the Marshall Governor. This is Master Disc, based off of the Marshall Shredmaster Distortion. That was Master Disc, based off of the Marshall Shredmaster Distortion. This is La Charger, based off of the MI Audio Crunchbox. That was La Charger, which is based off of the MI Audio Crunchbox. This is Micro Boost, which is based off of the MXR M133 microamp pedal. That was Micro Boost, based off of the MXR M133 microamp pedal. This is AC Boost, based off of the Exotic AC Booster. That was AC Boost, based off of the Exotic AC Booster. This is B Boost, based off of the Exotic BB preamp overdrive pedal. That was B Boost, based off of the Exotic BB preamp overdrive pedal. This is P Boost, based off of the Exotic RC Booster. That was P-Boost, based off of the Exotic RC Booster. This is 14 Boost, based off of the Fortin Grind. That was 14 Boost, based off of the Fortin Grind, Fat BB, and it really doesn't say what it's based off of. That was Fat BB. And again, didn't say what it was based off of. All right, this one's called Boost. Just Boost, but it's based off of the Exotic EP booster pedal. That was Boost, based on the Exotic EP booster pedal. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of the Valeton GP-200's pre-section. Now, for whatever reason, they put all the boost effects in both the distortion section and the pre-section. I already did a review on the distortion section. If you want to hear all the boosts, listen to them there. I'll be leaving the boosts out for this video. I'll also be leaving out anything that has to do with acoustic simulators or acoustic effects in this video, because I'll be doing another video that highlights all the acoustic sounds and effects. I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, and everything you're going to hear back is going to be just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman sim on the normal channel, with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. You can see the settings that I got on the Bassman right here. Here's what it sounds like, clean, with no pre-effects on it whatsoever. That was the sound of just the Bassman with the cab, no pre-effects on it whatsoever. I will, for the most part, be keeping all of the pre-effects on their defaults, whatever is default, because it would take far too long of a video for me to be playing with all the settings on them. So this is Comp. That's what they call it, just Comp. It's based off of the Ross compressor. That was Comp, based off of the Ross compressor. This is Comp 4, based on the Kelly C4 4-knob compressor. That was Comp 4, based on the Kelly C4 4-knob compressor. This is T-wah, basically an auto-wah envelope filter. That was T-wah, basically an auto-wah envelope filter. This is A-wah, basically a generic auto-wah envelope filter. That was A-wah, basically a generic auto-wah envelope filter. This is step filter. That was step filter. This is octa, basic octavizer effect. That was octa, basic octavizer effect. This is pitch, a pitch shifter. That was pitch. basic pitch shifter effect. This is P-bend, another generic pitch shift effect. That was P-bend, another generic pitch shift effect. This is ring mod, basic ring modulator. That was ring mod, basic ring modulator. Last and most certainly not least is saturate, basically a vintage tape saturation simulator. That was saturate, basically a vintage tape saturation simulator. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of the reverb section on the Valeton GP-200. I'm going to be using my Gibson Melody Maker Les Paul with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain is, I'll be going into the Valeton GP-200 out of the left and right XLR outputs into the interface, and everything you're going to hear back is going to be just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman sim on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. You can see my settings for my Fender Bassman right over here. Here's how it sounds, dry, with no effects on it at all, just the Fender Bassman. All right, that was the dry sound. Just the Fender 59 Bassman, no effects at all. For the most part, I won't be changing any of the settings on the effects. I'll be going and using their defaults, because that would make for far too long of a video if I was actually to be playing with the settings as well too. This is Room. That was Room. This is Hall. That was hall. This is church. That was church. This is plate. That was plate. This is spring. That was spring. This is studio. That was studio. This is club. That was club. This is concert. That was concert. This is arena. That was Arena. This is N-Star. That was N-Star. This is Deep C. That was Deep C. This is Sweet Space. That was Sweet Space. And last, and most certainly not least, is Shimmer. That was Shimmer. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of the delay section of the Valeton GP-200. I'm going to be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the Valeton GP-200 out of the left and right XLR outputs into the interface into my DAW, and everything that you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman sim on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. Here, you can see the settings that I'm going to be using for on the Fender Bassman. Here's how it sounds clean, with no effects on it at all, just the Bassman. That was the Fender 59 Bassman, no effects, nothing on it whatsoever. I will, for the most part, be keeping all the settings as their default, because if I was going to be going through and adjusting all the settings, that would make for far too long of a video. This is BBD delays. That was BBD delays. This is digital delay S. That was digital delay S. This is tape delay S. That was tape delay S. This is ambience 1. That was ambience 1. This is ambience 2. That was ambience 2. This is pure. That was pure. This is analog. That was analog. This is tape. That was tape. This is ping pong. That was ping pong. This is slapback. That was slapback. This is sweep echo. That was sweep echo. This is ring echo. That was ring echo. This is tube. That was tube. This is M echo. That was M echo. This is sweet echo. That was sweet echo. This is 999 echo. That was 999 echo. This is vintage rack. That was vintage rack. This is lo-fi echo. That was lo-fi echo. Last, and most certainly not least, is reverse echo. That was reverse echo. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today, we're going to be doing a review of the EQ and noise gate sections of the Valeton GP-200. I'll be skipping the bass EQ1 and bass EQ2, the bass EQs, which I'll be covered in another video that features all of the bass effects. I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. The signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything that you're going to be hearing coming back is going to be just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. First, we'll be doing the EQs. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. Here's how it sounds with just the Fender 59 Bassman, no extra EQ added. That was just the 59 Bassman with no extra EQ added at all. All right, since there's only a few EQs there, I will be able to play with the settings. Normally we're doing far too many sounds all at once, so make for far too long of a video if I'm tweaking the settings, but there's only a few. So okay, we got EQ1 over here. All right. Let's try with a little bit of a 400 boost on EQ1. Might be a little woofy, we'll see. All right, that was with a little bit of a 400 boost. Let's take it back off. So now this is going to be just the Bassman. That was with no EQ again. Let's put the EQ back on again to hear that 400 boost. All right, that was with a little bit of a 400 boost on there. Now, let's try a 1.6K boost on there. This is with the EQ on, a little more than little, with a good 1.6K boost on. All right, let's try that again without the EQ on. Just the amp, no EQ. One more time with the EQ engaged with that 1.6K boost. All right, that was EQ1. This is EQ2. All right, let's try a little 500 hertz boost. Get it up in there. This is with a 500 hertz boost in the EQ2. All right, now we're going to take off the EQ, and this is with no EQ on, just the amp sim. Going to go back to the EQ being on again with that 500 boost. Now, let's try a 3K boost. Boost up the 3K to about there. Now, let's try it without that EQ on, without that 3K boost. This is just the amp now. Try it with the EQ on again with that 1.6K, pardon me, no, that with that 3K boost back on. All right, that is Guitar EQ2. This is Mesa EQ. All right, let's do a 240 boost. Boosting up 240. All right, that's with the 240 hertz boost. Now, without that 240 hertz boost, EQ turned off, just the amp. And again with the EQ on. All right, let's try a little 6.6K boost. Without that 6.6K boost, taking it off now, just the amps on.
the 6.6K boost on once again. That's Mesa EQ. This is Hyper EQ. Try a little 250 boost there. Without that 250 boost? With the EQ on again, with that 250 boost? Let's try an 8K boost. See what that does. Without that 8K boost? Just the amp? With the EQ back on again with that 8K boost? All right, that was Hyper EQ. That does it for all the EQs. Now for the noise gates. For the amp models, I'll be using a Soldano SLO-100 on the lead channel with the gain completely cranked. It is for being able to use and review a noise gate, so it makes sense that you would have a high gain amp for it. Now, as you can see here, here's the settings on the SLO-100 on the lead channel. Now, as soon as I kick the volume on the volume pedal, you're going to hear that hum and that buzz. There it is. Here's how it sounds with no noise gates. All right, that's what it sounds like with no gate on it at all. Now there's only two gates, gate 1 and gate 2. Let's see what this is going to do when we keep it at its default when we kick it on. That was without the gate. Here's with the gate. Not really doing anything. We might have to crank it up a little. Oh, there we go. Right there, it seems to work nicely. Still seems to have a little tiny bit of hang on there. Crank that up just a little tiny bit more. Bring that to 40. See what we got here. We're not at the point that we're completely cutting off the end of the phrase, but there's still like a nanosecond left of some noise coming through. So a little tiny bit more. Maybe go a little bit more on it. I went to a little bit of the extreme there. Wow, that's almost perfect there. Think I found the sweet spot with gate number 1 when it comes to using the Soldano SLO 100 with the gain cranked. It's not cutting off right at the end of the phrase. I seem to have it almost perfectly with this. Nice. So that was gate 1. All right. Gate number 2 has a lot more options. First, I'm going to put on the volume pedal, and you're going to hear the noise out of the Soldano, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on the gate with its default settings. And then we may or may not have to adjust said default settings from there to get a good sound on it. So here goes the volume. Ah, that wonderful high gain amp hum. Let's kick it on. And nothing. So let's get this threshold up a bit. All right. Just a little threshold change, and we seem to be doing all right so far. Let's hear how it sounds. Pretty close. Gonna get that threshold up a little more. I'm gonna dial back the release a little bit. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty close to being spot on. That's pretty much it. Just a little adjustment on the threshold and the release, and kept the attack at where it was by default. Yeah, not cutting off the note too early, not leaving too long of a gap that we got that little bit of leftover hum. Beauty. That was gate number 2. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So today, we're going to be doing a review of the modulation section in the GP-200. I'll be skipping the B chorus and the B jet, bass chorus, and bass flanger, which will be covered in another video that features all the bass effects. I'll be using my Gibson Melody Maker Les Paul that has a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be going into the Valeton GP-200 out of the left and right XLR outputs into the interface, into the DAW, and everything you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman sim on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. You can see my settings for the Bassman right here. Here's how it sounds dry, with no effects on it at all, just the 59 Bassman.
That was just completely dry, no effects, with just the Fender 59 Bassman amp sim. This is G chorus. That was G chorus. This is C chorus. That was C chorus. This is M chorus. That was M chorus. This is Jet. That was Jet. This is N-Jet. That was N-Jet. This is Trem-Jet. That was Trem-Jet. This is V-Roto, and I actually did turn up the rate on this a little bit. By default, it had it at 0.5 or something like that. You couldn't really tell what this is all about.
That was V-Roto, and again, I turned up the rate quite a bit. This is G-Roto. That was G-Roto. This is Vibrato. That was vibrato. This is O phase. That was O phase. This is G phaser. That was G phaser. This is S phase. That was S phase. This is pan phase. That was
pan phase. This is M vibe. That was M vibe. This is vibe. That was vibe. This is O trem. That was O trem. This is sine trem. That was sine trem. This is triangle trem. That was triangle trem. This is bias trem. That was bias trem. This is D-tune. That was D-Tune. Last, and certainly not least, is Bit Smash. That was Bit Smash. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today, we're going to be doing a review of the wah section in the Valeton GP-200. I'm going to be skipping the B wah, the bass wah, because that's going to be covered in a completely separate video that I have that covers all the bass guitar effects. I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker with a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Signal chain will be into the Valeton GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, and everything you're going to be hearing back is just the Valeton GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the Fender 59 Bassman on the normal channel with the corresponding Fender Piggyback Bassman 2x12 cabinet. You can see the settings I'm going to be using for the Bassman right over here. Here's how it sounds with just a 59 Bassman, no other effects at all. That was just with the 59 Bassman, no effects whatsoever. All right, I am actually going to be using the actual expression pedal on the GP-200 to actually use these wah pedals. None of these are auto wahs. All the auto wahs are actually in the pre-section. This is V-wah, based off of the Vox wah. That was V-wah, based off of the Vox wah. This is C-wah, based off of the Crybaby wah. That was C-wah, based off of the Crybaby wah. This is P-wah, based on John Petrucci from Dream Theater's Rack wah. That was P-wah, based on John Petrucci from Dream Theater's Rack wah. This is S-wah. Doesn't really say in the description what it is, just says classic wah tone. That was SWA. Again, didn't really actually say what it was based off of, just kind of says classic wah tone. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of the acoustic and acoustic simulator sounds in the GP-200. So, on the GP-100, there was factory presets for acoustic sounds and acoustic simulators. On the GP-200, there's only one factory preset, and that is just for an acoustic sim. I covered that in all the electric guitar sounds, but I'll cover that again in this video once we get to all the simulators. As well, there is 2 acoustic preamps, 1 acoustic sim under the pre section, and 8 acoustic sims under the cab section. The signal chain will be directly into the Valeton GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. As per usual, for the most part, I won't be playing with any of the settings. I'll be keeping everything with their default settings. Otherwise, that would make for far too long of a video if I was to be adjusting the settings. For the 2 acoustic pre's, I'll be using my Takamine G-Series acoustic guitar. Here's how it sounds with no acoustic preamp on it at all, just the acoustic direct. All right, that's just this thing directly through everything bypassed. This is AC Pre. That was AC Pre. This is AC Pre 2. That was AC Pre 2. For the acoustic simulators, I'll be using my Gibson Les Paul Melody Maker that has a single EMG humbucker in the bridge position. Since All but one of the acoustic simulators are in the cab section, with the other one being in the pre section. There's going to be no amps on at all, just whatever the acoustic simulator is. Here's how the guitar sounds direct with everything bypassed. That was the guitar direct with everything bypassed. All right, here is the one and only factory preset for an acoustic simulator called just AC Sim. That was AC Sim, the only actual factory preset for any acoustic simulators in the Valeton GP-200. Okay, so there's only one acoustic simulator in the pre section. That's called AC Sim. That was the only acoustic simulator in the pre section. That was called AC Sim. All right, now we're at the acoustic simulators that are under the cab section. This is AC. That was AC. This is AC Dream. That was AC Dream. This is OM. That was OM. This is Jumbo. That was Jumbo. This is Bird. That was Bird. This is GA. That was GA. This is Classic AC. That was Classic AC. Last, and most certainly not least, is Mandolin. That was Mandolin. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're going to be doing a review of all the bass guitar factory presets. I'll be using my G&L SB1 bass that's been modified with 2 EMG jazz bass pickups and an EMG precision bass pickup. I'll be keeping it in the position that has all 3 pickups going, both jazz bass pickups and the P bass pickup. The signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. This is slap bass. That was slap bass. This is pop bass. That was pop bass. This is mad bass. That was mad bass. This is spicy bass. That was spicy bass. This is talking bass. That was talking bass. This is mouse bass. That was mouse bass. This is slow bass. That was slow bass. This is angry bass. That was angry bass. This is summer bass. That was summer bass. This is bit bass. That was bit bass. This is rock bass. That was rock bass. Last and most certainly not least is I Was a Bass AM. That's I Was a Bass AM. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're doing a review of the Valeton GP-200, all of the bass guitar, amp, and cab sounds only. I'll be using my G&L SB1 bass that's been modified with 2 EMG jazz bass pickups and an EMG P-bass pickup. I'll be using it in the position that has all 3 pickups going, both jazz bass pickups and the P-bass pickup. Signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything you're going to be hearing back is just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. I'll be keeping almost all of the settings for everything right about at noon, because if I was to be adjusting all the settings, as always, that would make for far too long of a video. This is with the exception of the gain. I'll keep the gain at roughly around 15 or so, maybe a little bit less, just enough to keep all of the amps clean. Now, not all of the amps come with the corresponding cabinets that would normally come with them. So, there's actually a global setting called Auto Cab Match, which does exactly what you would think it would do. It automatically matches the right corresponding cabinet, and if it doesn't have a corresponding cabinet, it makes up its mind on what it thinks the cabinet should be with that amp. I'll be keeping this setting engaged. I'll also be keeping all of the cabs at their default settings. All the cabs really have is a high and low cut and a master volume. This is Bellman 59N, based off of the Fender 59 Bassman on the normal channel. That was Bellman 59N, based off the 1959 Fender Bassman on the normal channel. This is Bellman 59B, based off of the 1959 Fender Bassman on the bright channel. That was Bellman 59B, based off the 1959 Fender Bassman on the bright channel. This is Classic Bass, based off of the Ampeg SVT. That was Classic Bass, based off of the Ampeg SVT. This is Foxy Bass, based off of the Vox AC100. That was Foxy Bass, based off of the Vox AC100. This is Mesa Bass, based on the Mesa Boogie Bass 400 Plus. That was Mesa Bass, based on the Mesa Boogie Bass 400 Plus. This is Mini Bass, which is based off the Ampeg B15 flip top. That was Mini Bass, based off the Ampeg B15 flip top. Last and most certainly not least is Bass Pre, based off of the Alembic F2B bass preamp. That was Bass Pre, based off of the Alembic F2B bass preamp. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. So, today we're doing a review of all of the bass effects in the Valeton GP-200. Now I know all of the guitar effects can be used on bass as well. There's a long history of people using guitar effects on bass. But for this review in particular, I'm only focusing on the effects that are specifically for the bass guitar. There is 1 wah, 3 distortions, 2 EQs, 2 modulations, a chorus and a flange, a fretless sim, a double bass sim, and an auto wah. I'll be using my G&L SB1 bass that's been modified with 2 EMG jazz bass pickups and an EMG P bass pickup. I'll be using it in the position that has all 3 pickups going, both jazz bass pickups and the P bass pickup. Signal chain will be into the GP-200, out of the left and right XLR outputs, into the interface, into the DAW, and everything you're hearing back will be just the GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. For the amp sim, I'll be using the classic bass, the Ampeg SVT, with the corresponding SVT 8x10 cabinet. You can see the settings that I'm going to be using right here on the SVT model of the classic bass. Here's how it sounds with just the amp model on, no effects whatsoever. So that's how it sounds with just the amp model on it. No effects whatsoever. And this is the only bass effect in the pre section. This is T-wah, which is basically an auto-wah / envelope filter. That was the only effect that's in the pre section, which is T-wah, which is a basic auto-wah envelope filter. Now, in the wah section, there is only one wah for bass, B-wah, the bass wah. And I'm actually using the expression pedal for this. This is not an auto-wah at all. That was the only bass wah in the wah section. That was B-wah, bass wah. All right, so in the distortion section, there's actually 3 bass distortion / overdrives. This is Flexo-D. That was Flexo-D. This is Basso-D. That was Basso-D. This is Black Bass, which is actually a model of the Dark Glass Microtubes B7K. That was Black Bass, which is actually a model of the Dark Glass Microtubes B7K. All right,
Next up is the bass EQs. In the EQ section, there are 2 bass equalizers. Now this, I'm actually gonna have to play with the settings a little bit because by default, everything is set up as flat. All right, let's try a little bit of a 600 boost. All right, that was with a little 600 boost. Now let's take that off. Let's try with that 600 boost back on again. And one more time with that 600 boost off. All right, that was with and without a 600 boost. All right, set that back to default. Now let's try with a little bit of a 2K boost. Here's with that little bit of a 2K boost on. Here's without the 2K boost on. Go back to with that 2K boost on again. And one more time without the 2K boost on. That was bass EQ 1. All right, this is bass EQ 2. So for something different, we're going to try a cut. Let's give 50 hertz a nice cut there, dropping down 50 hertz. With that 50 hertz cut turned off. With that 50 hertz cut turned back on. With that 50 hertz cut turned back off again, just bypass. Now, let's try a 4.5K boost. Now let's hear it without that 4.5K boost. All right, that is without the 4.5K boost on, and that was bass EQ 2. So, in the modulation section, there is two bass effects. This one is B chorus, a bass chorus. That was B chorus. This is B jet, a bass flanger. That was B jet, a bass flanger. Now, for the fretless bass and double bass sims, I'm turning off the amp section. These sims are actually in the cab section, so all you'll be hearing is just the actual sim themselves. This is fretless bass. That was fretless bass. Last, and most certainly not least, is double bass. That was double bass. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy.
So today we're going to be doing a review of the drum machine section in the Valeton GP-200. The signal chain will be out of the left and right XLR outputs into the interface, and everything that you're going to hear back is just the Valeton GP-200, no post-production whatsoever. Okay, so the Valeton GP-200 has a bunch of drum loops. They're pretty much just loops. It's not like a drum machine. You can't change anything in the grooves. You just got the grooves. What you've got is just control over your tempo. That's it. They're roughly 2 to 4 bar loops. Now, as we can see here in the software interface, here is where you would control the drum machine. You've got the play button. You've got the little option that shows you the different styles. We got rock, funk, blues, pop, jazz, electronic, world, and metro, which is short for metronome. That's basically, as you can see, just a whole bunch of different time signatures. And basically it gives you a different tone for what 1 is on the metronome. I'm not going to be going through every one of those. But for the most part, as you can see here, I'm going to keep the BPM at roughly around 120. I'm going to play through each one of the grooves one full time for the rotation. Some are roughly 2 bars, some are roughly 4 bars. Here's Classic Rock 1 from the rock section. That was Classic Rock 1 in the rock section. Here's Classic Rock 2 in the rock section. That was Classic Rock 2 in the rock section. Here's Classic Rock 3 in the rock section. That was Classic Rock 3 in the rock section. This is Classic Rock 4 in the rock section. That was Classic Rock 4 in the rock section. Here's Classic Rock 5 in the rock section. That was Classic Rock 5 in the rock section. Here's Classic Rock 6 in the rock section. That was Classic Rock 6 in the rock section. Here's Hard Rock 1 in the rock section. That was Hard Rock 1 in the rock section. This is Hard Rock 2 in the rock section. That was Hard Rock 2 in the rock section. This is Hard Rock 3 in the rock section. That was Hard Rock 3 in the rock section. This is Post Rock 1 in the rock section. That was Post Rock 1 in the rock section. This is Post Rock 2 in the rock section. That was Post Rock 2 in the rock section. This is Post Rock 3 in the rock section. That was Post Rock 3 in the rock section. This is Garage Rock in the rock section. That was Garage Rock in the rock section. This is Prog Rock in the rock section. That was Prog Rock in the rock section. This is Surf Rock in the rock section. That was Surf Rock in the rock section. This is Punk 1 in the rock section. That was Punk 1 in the rock section. This is Punk 2 in the rock section. That was Punk 2 in the rock section. This is Punk 3 in the rock section. That was Punk 3 in the rock section. This is Punk 4 in the rock section. That was Punk 4 in the rock section. This is Post-Punk 1 in the rock section. That was Post-Punk 1 in the rock section. This is Post-Punk 2 in the rock section. That was Post-Punk 2 in the rock section. This is Heavy Metal 1 in the rock section. That was Heavy Metal 1 in the rock section. This is Heavy Metal 2 in the rock section. That was Heavy Metal 2 in the rock section. This is Nu Metal 1 in the rock section. That was Nu Metal 1 in the rock section. This is Nu Metal 2 in the rock section. That was Nu Metal 2 in the rock section. This is Hardcore in the rock section. That was Hardcore in the rock section. This is Emo in the rock section. That was Emo in the rock section. This is Grunge in the rock section. That was Grunge in the rock section. This is New Wave in the rock section. That was New Wave in the rock section. This is Rock 5/4 in the rock section. That was Rock 5/4 in the rock section. Here's Funk 1 in the funk section. That was Funk 1 in the funk section. Here's Funk 2 in the funk section. That was Funk 2 in the funk section. Here's Funk 3 in the funk section. That was Funk 3 in the funk section. Here's Funk 4 in the funk section. That was Funk 4 in the Funk section. Here's Jazz Funk 1 in the Funk section. That was Jazz Funk 1 in the Funk section. Here's Jazz Funk 2 in the Funk section. That was Jazz Funk 2 in the Funk section. This is Jazz Funk 3 in the Funk section. That was Jazz Funk 3 in the Funk section. Now we're in the Blues section. Here's Blues 1 in the Blues section. That was Blues 1 in the Blues section. This is Blues 2 in the Blues section. That was Blues 2 in the Blues section. This is Blues 3 in the Blues section. That was Blues 3 in the Blues section. This is Blues 4 in the Blues section. That was Blues 4 in the Blues section. This is Swing in the Blues section. That was Swing in the Blues section. This is Shuffle in the Blues section. That was Shuffle in the Blues section. This is Shuffle 3/4 in the Blues section. That was Shuffle 3/4 in the Blues section. This is Bluegrass in the Blues section. That was Bluegrass in the Blues section. This is Country in the Blues section? Yeah, Country in the Blues section. That was Country in the Blues section. This is Country Folk in the Blues section. That was Country Folk in the Blues section. Now we're in the Pop section. This is Pop 1 in the Pop section. That was Pop 1 in the Pop section. This is Pop 2 in the Pop section. That was Pop 2 in the Pop section. This is Pop 3 in the Pop section. That was Pop 3 in the Pop section. This is Hip Hop 1 in the Pop section. That was Hip Hop 1 in the Pop section. This is Hip Hop 2 in the pop section. That was Hip Hop 2 in the pop section. This is Hip Hop 3 in the pop section. That was Hip Hop 3 in the pop section. This is Hip Hop Rock in the pop section. That was Hip Hop Rock in the pop section. We're now in the jazz section. This is Jazz 1 in the jazz section. That was Jazz 1 in the jazz section. This is Jazz 2 in the jazz section. That was Jazz 2 in the jazz section. This is Jazz 3 in the jazz section. That was Jazz 3 in the jazz section. This is Jazz 4 in the jazz section. That was Jazz 4 in the jazz section. This is Bossa Nova 1 in the jazz section. That was Bossa Nova 1 in the jazz section. This is Bossa Nova 2 in the jazz section. That was Bossa Nova 2 in the jazz section. This is Fusion in the jazz section. That was Fusion in the jazz section. We're now in the electronic section. Here's Electro 1 in the electronic section. That was Electro 1 in the electronic section. This is Electro 2 in the electronic section. That was Electro 2 in the electronic section. This is Techno in the electronic section. That was Techno in the electronic section. This is Trip Hop in the electronic section. That was Trip Hop in the electronic section. This is Electronic Pop in the electronic section. That was Electronic Pop in the electronic section. This is Breakbeat in the electronic section. That was Breakbeat in the electronic section. This is Drum and Bass in the electronic section. That was Drum and Bass in the electronic section. We're now in the world section. Here's Latin 1 in the world section. That was Latin 1 in the world section. Here's Latin 2 in the world section. That was Latin 2 in the world section. This is Latin 3 in the world section. That was Latin 3 in the world section. This is Latin Pop 1 in the world section. That was Latin Pop 1 in the world section. This is Latin Pop 2 in the world section. That was Latin Pop 2 in the world section. This is Samba in the world section. That was Samba in the world section. This is Tango in the world section. That was Tango in the world section. This is, and I'm really not sure how to pronounce this, Benji? Bajine? Bajine in the world section? Not sure how to pronounce it. That was Bajine in the world section? Again, really not sure on the pronunciation at all. Sorry. Here's Ska in the world section. That was Ska in the world section. This is Polka in the world section. That was Polka in the world section. This is Waltz in the world section. That was Waltz in the world section. This is Reggae 1 in the world section. That was Reggae 1 in the world section. This is Reggae 2 in the world section. That was Reggae 2 in the world section. This is, and again, I'm not really sure on the pronunciation of this as well, Mizuki in the world section? I don't know. That was Mizuki in the world section. Again, not sure on the pronunciation of that at all. And another one, I'm not sure on the pronunciation. Here's Massetti in the world section. That was Massetti in the world section. Again, sorry, not sure on the pronunciation of that. Here's March 1 in the world section. That was March 1 in the world section. This is March 2 in the world section. That was March 2 in the world section. This is March 3 in the world section. That was March 3 in the world section. This is New Age 1 in the world section. That was New Age 1 in the World section. This is New Age 2 in the World section. That was New Age 2 in the World section. This is World in the World section. That was World in the World section. Okay, now we're in the Metro section, which is basically just metronome. As you see, I got it in 4/4 timing, 1/4, as you can see here. Oh, interesting. I kind of thought they'd give you a different tone on one, but since it's just straight 4/4, apparently not. Let's see what happens when we go to 2/4. Yep, they give you a different tone for one. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's try 3/4. 1, 1. Yep. That's the 3/4. The first one, I guess they're referring to as 1/4 timing, which doesn't really make much sense. I guess it's just a way of saying just 4 clicks, the exact same tone. But if we look over here, if we go to 4/4 timing, it'll probably give us a different tone on the 1. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. And then you see we got also 5/4, 6/4, 7/4, 6/8, 7/8, 8/9. I'm going to do 5/4. 1. So that's basically just a bunch of metronomes. I'm not going to go through every one of those as well too. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy. What's going on, everyone? So this video is brought to you by Valeton, but all the thoughts and opinions are mine. So again, just like with the GP-100, one of my favorite things about this unit is the build quality. Solid metal, no plastic on it anywhere. Again, I'm 5'11" and 215 pounds. If I'm going to put all my weight on this expression pedal, especially since you have to put a good amount of weight on it to click it down and to be able to work it back and forth, it better be able to take it without me snapping it. As far as the sounds /amps /effects go, it has a lot of the same effects that the GP-100 does and quite a few extra. However, due to the fact that this unit has 8 switches, an expression pedal, and an input for an external expression pedal, as opposed to the GP-100, 2 switches and 1 expression pedal, it gives you a ton more options, as well as a lot more DSP. Just like the GP-100, it has patch mode and stomp box mode, but it also has a user mode where you can customize all the switches any way you like. The value of this thing is incredible. I know, I say that about almost all the multi-effects units. It has 70 amp sims, 75 cab IRs, 240 effects, 200 user IR slots, drum machine, looper, tuner, and it works as a recording interface. What more do you want? The I/O on this unit is just fantastic. It's far better than the I/O on the Pod Go, which is this unit's main competitor. It has left and right XLR outputs, as well as a MIDI in and out, and a USB-C connection. Not to mention all the usual I/O. Myself, I really like the option to be able to connect an external expression pedal. I use it for the whammy pedal effect so I can keep the onboard expression pedal for a volume /wah pedal. Again, just like with the GP-100, not all of the sounds are great, but there are more than enough good sounds for the price of this unit. It goes for around $349 US, or $499 Canadian. That's considerably cheaper than the Podgo at $499 US or $659 Canadian. Much like with the GP-100, my favorite clean amp is still the Fender 59 Bassman, and my favorite high gain amp is still the Soldano SLO 100. I've been using this unit in my live streams, and I am absolutely loving it. I've been using it in stomp box mode, much like how I did with the GP-100. I use the Fender 59 Bassman with an always-on reverb. Switch A turns my distortion on and off. Switch B turns my delay on and off. Switch C turns my modulation effect on and off, which I use a vibrato. And switch D turns my whammy pedal on and off. I use the external expression pedal to be able to use the whammy pedal effect. The up and down buttons bank up and down through the patches. The built-in expression pedal, again, I use as a volume pedal / wah-wah pedal. Tap tempo, pretty self-explanatory. It's used as it should be to set the tempos that are synced with the delay and modulation effects. This is more than good enough for me. Again, Valeton did send me this unit. However, I've been a big fan of Valeton since I got myself the GP-100. Quality made construction, the build quality is just incredible, and the sounds are actually really, really good. This unit is absolutely awesome. If you get one, you will not be disappointed. Thanks for checking out this video. Do what makes you happy.
Thanks for checking out this video. If you like what you saw, please subscribe, click the notification bell, like, comment, and share. It doesn't cost a thing and would really help out the channel. Also, please subscribe to my other channel, GK Mac Music, for some live looping live streams with a side of jackassery, some original music, and some short content, also with a side of jackassery. If you'd like to help out the channel financially, you can buy some merch at the merch store, or you can become a channel member. As always, everyone, thanks so much for your continued support. Do what makes you happy.